There it is, the tree of life. The idea that all life is related by common descent, where the twigs are existing species and those produced in the past represent the succession of the extinct. The tree's great branches were once budding twigs, a connection between the past, present, and future, a representation of all extinct and living species with its ever-branching and beautiful ramifications. We are an evolution of those that came before. Let's see. Give it a little pat. Go on. This is called suburbia, a place to get away from the city stink. Spot that fixer-upper? Got to be something worthwhile in it. Go get on it and run fast as you can. You run like the wind. Yeah. The future is in your hands, so take care of it. Oh, there's some plastiplast up ahead. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Fate is funny that way, but it won't always make you laugh. Might want to hold your breath before you head any further. You're about to witness the breathtaking vistas of what's known as the Dead Zone. This place is S-Mart, home of a notorious thingamajig broker. Let's see. Peddler is eager for you to... Ka-ching! You'll have use sharp dealing. You look great. Those look sharp on you. Now those bits seem like they might be useful. Heads up. The scrap keeps piling up. Broke it down to the basics. There's so much you could build. Dan did that. Let's see. Let's see. A plank place like this is a fire trap. Let's see. You've located the village of Hubbledun. Dusk always seems like a good time to hustle. The Ankati fortress. Breathe slowly if you can. Says they're wary of strangers. They're at war. Says everyone wants to see the Sifu. You're in luck, though, as his schedule just opened up.
Epasi, Chisisvoro a Katira, Maliaruno, Matua, Silele, Mawa, Letele.
The Ankati tribe believe that solidarity is what is needed to keep the world in balance. They're steadfast in their conviction to unite the tribes and move forward together as one. The Sifu is convinced that defeating the World Eaters and helping the Tree of Life is the only way you can survive. The Sifu says it's time to set the past aside, at least for now. Unrest is sweeping the land, and there are rivals in all directions. The tribe is convinced that unity will save the world, or it cannot be saved. He proposes you take their side and help, even if it means you must put a leash on your emotions. He thanks you for the act of faith and assures you that uniting the tribes and saving the Tree of Life is the only way you'll be able to save yourself. The Sifu welcomes you to their tribe. Now that you've chosen their side, he's hopeful you can unite the other tribes. The ones you should coerce first are your former allies. The cruel thing is it'll feel like the mistake was theirs. It was their decision to trust you. Their kin have run out of options and found themselves backed into a corner. Even those who desire peace have been forced to prepare for war. They might bring them war, but they'll never take away their inner peace. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. Even though you don't share their values, they hope you'll lead with mercy. The outcome of this war is up to you. Tells you not to be afraid. Your fate cannot be taken from you. Claim the rival outposts and earn the right to wield the tribe weapon. Once you've dealt with the rivals' outposts, you'll challenge their Sifu to unite their tribe with yours and let your kin share land again. You were all part of the same tribe once, but without your Muma there as a guide, the disciples turned on each other and formed their own tribes. Says the gatekeeper welcomes you back to the fort. Says talking to you was interesting. Let's see. Can't be too many days like this left at the rate the world is ending. Loopalupin's camp has always been there, hidden deep inside the mountains. Two sticks in a chain. Ah, some wood scrap. Always happy to find that. Whoa, that's some scronky metal scrap there. That's an aurora totem. Legend has it that activating the four of them together will form a band of your aura in the sky. It's hard to move through all the plants. Now that's quality material. Thinks you're right. The world is ruined already. Let's make the most of it for ourselves. Says talking to you was interesting. That was the first aurora totem. 3 to go. You feel like you've figured it out. So many creatures doing so many things during the day. You've discovered Fanaki leaves, the densest jungle in the land. Better get hacking. Well, that brick-brack looks almost intact. Worth checking out? Crit. Key boosted. Look at that plastic scrap, just waiting for someone to do something with it. Keep focused on what you can do today. Tomorrow's already gone. You found the Moly Hole outpost, an old Pichu tribe hole in the wall. Let's see. So many ways to disappear here. Says they've been waiting for you to help them liberate the outpost. Just keep going while you can and don't stop until all outposts are under your control. The scouts spotted a well being used by the outpost. Mess with its filter and you could sicken their troops. Claims they won't feel quite so much like fighting after that. Get in there and ruin that filter. Just a few moves left. Make them count. A smartphone would lead. Smirked. Bring on the night. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Took hit. Good hit. Bangarang. Sizzler. Got it. Nothing but greasy goo in their pipes now. Looks like the outpost found out about the bad water the hard way. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You've earned the privilege of carrying the tribe's weapon. Figures the honor belongs to the tribe, too. No one's going to see you coming in the dark. The Underfoot outpost, right where the Pichu tribe dug it up. Let's see. There's the tyrant who runs this outpost. He didn't expect his tribe to lose, as they're the ones that are ruthless. But now that you're working with their rival, he can see why. Not sure if you're likable enough to just give up the outpost without a fight. He just realized a peaceful end to this would be best. He'll trust the outpost to you. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Wild headgear. He says you did a great job capturing the rival's second outpost. You've earned the privilege of wearing the tribe's colors. Know you have the tribe's support. Complains that some are just holed up and waiting for the Tree of Life to topple over. Their pal Gulp built a floating raft with a bar in it. He just sits there all day getting blitzed on radium syrup. Says they don't know, but you'd have to find it first anyhow. Believes Gulp's bar is in the part of the goo shore called the Surf Archipelago. It has the best surfing around. Look for the waves. And when you're done surfing the goo, join Gulp for a drink. Thinks Gulp probably has more than enough of it. You could be a secret here forever. We are lonesome animals that spend all our life trying to be less lone. Let's see. It's the Benearth outpost, right where the Pichu tribe dug it up. Says it's time to set the outpost free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to the rival captain. Clarifies that rigging the odds in your favor in preparation of the takeover is one thing, but collateral damage is another. Here's the first line of defense. Careful of that pew-pew, Angela. Got to hit it harder than that. Better to bring it down. No more bullets from that. It's time to find a way out of this place. Keep going. Heads up for that oil boiler. Stay away till you take that thing out. It's safe to get near now. Here's the second line of defense. Just jump on that candle and get it lit. Ride that sprocket. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. thinks you did a great job capturing the rival's third outpost, and believes the rival is weak enough to engage them at their fort.
A funky donkey Donny.
Says it'll be a relief to finally have it over. Could be a monster napping here at any time of day. Hey, nice shot. You can spy the edge of a new day. A brick-brack that's still standing. Now, that's a find. This is Burblebottom, residence of Gil. Let's see. Who'd leave rubber scrap lying around like that? You'd better get a move on if you want to change things. wackadoo. That hurt him. Bang, bang. Let's see. Don't get too attached to the vegetation. They've been waiting for you. Taking control of this fort will bring peace between your tribes. You better be. A tribe's fort is a bigger challenge than an outpost. They've managed to roll a bang ball against the fort, and the plan is to detonate it. However, you need an inextinguishable torch to do that from a distance.
Ole olaga.
Indeed it is. Don't blow it. It's time to set the rival tribe free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to their sifu. You need to unite the tribes and save the Tree of Life to truly become free. The Megamuck. Hard work opens doors. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Just get out of the Megamuck's way. Even more brains. Wonder what you can find down here. Oh! So much destruction. The wire claw looks like it's strong enough to pull down a gate. Anybody home? But you just need to aim. The Pishu tribe supports natural evolution on the dogma that only the strong survive. They want to help evolution on its way by conquering the tribes, as they're all too weak in their convictions. He didn't expect it would go down this way. It'll be hard to talk your way out of a fight. There's no way he'll surrender to threats. He recognizes the strength of a good argument and agrees it's the best. He'll surrender the fort to you. The rival Sifu is defeated, and the destiny of their tribe is in your hands. You are free to choose their fate, but not free from the consequences of your choice. He'll leave it up to you to decide the fate of the rival Sifu, but suggests you'll show mercy. Simply put, it is an action for an action, good or bad. He likes the way you think. Turn your enemies to allies if you can. Why wouldn't you? And with that, you're spinning your own fate, good or bad, never to be undone. Side by side they'll stand until order and stability is reinstituted. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. Your Sifu is pleased. You're one step closer to uniting the tribes. It's a pity you needed to use force to get the point across. But he's still concerned about the fate of the world.
Emma tua moana. Silele, lenefu.
You can't lose this war. If you get the ending wrong, the effort it took to get there was in vain. A proper ending, however, provides closure.
Silele, Emma tua moana.
He says you've grown so much stronger than when you first met.
Famamuni esa masani lava ona.
You know better than anyone that the fate of the world is still at stake. You need a world where everyone is guided only by their conscience.
Popolo maniana, tala usagatele. Shisisuvoru akatira.
That little voice inside that lets you know right from wrong. Don't go against it if you want to enjoy life without fear of death. Maybe leave well enough alone. The village of Blubbermud, which is maybe as messy as it sounds. The end is coming to the world, and everything else. Let's see. You found the whereabouts, the deepest, darkest forest in the land, sometimes hard to see for all the trees. Mercadorpa's outpost, a Jagni tribe stronghold. Let's see. Cautions you that they're aware you're allied to another tribe. Says the place is in high demand, so no wonder you're eager to get down to business. He'll let you in just this once. Peddler is eager for you to have a look at the wares. Says you're in good... Says you'll get a special price under... The doors here are always open for a potential customer. There are probably more things you should get rid of. Came out on top. Shopkeeper claims you won't be able to find better goods anywhere else. Hopes your a deal to be proud of. So much easier to see all the colors. That's a Jagni tribe outpost. This corner of the world is called Bricktown. You need to get the pegs lined up to get the clothes soaker rolling. Just a few moves left. Make them count. You really put a spin on it. It's Peekaboo Park. Young ones love this sort of place. Your foe stands before you. You're galvanized.
Lemma.
This one seems to be in good spirits despite being left here for dead.
Lemma.
Has heard that you only follow your own personal code and is worried you've lost your respect for life.
Fiona Gamerworf.
Asks you to do the right thing for the sake of your conscience. It's only through your inner conflict you're held accountable for your actions. Seems happy, but surprised you chose to turn this disaster into a blessing.
That's a spark of light in you!
What's there to like about light? It hurts to look at.
Not as much as it hurts to look at you.
Always making this personal.
And you're always trying to pretend it's not.
That's a Myriad tribe outpost. There's so much green in the forest. And brown. Let's see. The says it's time to set the outpost free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to the rival captain. Freedom is not worth having in a world that's doomed. Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb lock. That hit the spot, wrecked it. Give those twirly wheels a turn. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Yes, the river tub's going down the drain. Keep going. That cage is holding a helper. Says they've been treated fair, but is glad to see you. Hopes you'll treat the rivals with the same respect they treated them. Grateful that you're willing to move past this like them. A sharpshooter. The scaffolding looks unstable. Better stay clear of the red ray. The red means danger. Here's the second line of defense. Timber. Bet a big bump will bring it down. Switched off the light. A barrel chute. Smack it to get a barrel out of it. Then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks sploding. Kaboom! You're in. Shoot it and watch it blow. Not too close, though. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You're one step closer to ending the tribe war. Says you didn't have much of a choice. Talks about how it didn't used to be so dark at night. The end of the world means the end of light, too. Without light to guide the way, they keep getting lost out on the goo. Could you restart the Lumen Tower so they can find their way at night again? Says one night, the light wasn't there anymore. Been dark a long time. Says to head toward the goo and look up at the sky. Can't miss it. Once you find the Lumen Tower, climb inside and get the light started back up. Easy, right? Can't wait until they can glide the goo by night again. Says they'd all love you for it. Feels like a dip in the water would be wonderful. Welcome to the Surf Archipelago, where the horizon rests on the surfy goo. keep to the straight and narrow. Let's see. The Domp outpost, shined up by the Myriad tribe. This beast can move. Let's see. There's the Sovereign who runs this outpost. He didn't expect his outpost to be invaded, but now that you're working with their rival, he can see why. Not sure if you're likable enough to just give up the outpost without a fight. Says he just realized a peaceful end to this would be best. He'll trust the outpost to you. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You're one step closer to ending the tribe war. Says you're in good company there. Where are the control sticks on this thing? This is a quarrel spot. So many wars have been fought over this patch of dirt. What a waste. The Mitomop outpost. The Myriad tribe meditated here long ago. Let's see. Says they've been waiting for you to help them liberate the outpost. They've scouted the outpost while they were waiting and suggests you have a look at what they found before entering. Says scouts spotted a moth nest close to the outpost. If you destroy that, the moths should infest the place, looking for a new home. That's the idea. If everything works out as planned, the moths should cause a buzzing tumult. That's the moth nest, over there. Just get to it and destroy it. Nice work. No more moth's nest. There go the moths toward the outpost. They're good and mad. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Thinks you did a great job capturing the rival's third outpost, and believes the rival is weak enough to engage them at their fort. Says it will be a relief to finally have it over. Well, what do you know? Feel the night wrap around you. Let's see. That's the Myriad Fort. Let's see. They've been waiting for you. Taking control of this fort will bring peace between your tribes. The scouts have reported activity nearby that's worth looking into before you enter the fort. The plan is to fling you over the wall with a sling lobber. However, he wants you to secure a hard hat first, should anything go wrong. It's better you go and find one for yourself. It can't be too much trouble, though. It's one size fits all. Night is the time to take care of business. It's time to set the rival tribe free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to their Sifu.
Mukumana vaberieki wakatani alu ea.
Convincing the Sifu that peace between your tribes is the only way you'll all survive won't be easy. He doubts the Sifu will give up without a fight. That's a fire starter. The dry grass looks like it would ignite easily. You just need to create a spark to light a fire. It burns brighter than the light. Wow, wow, wow. It's been a long night, but it's over soon. That's a pyro sizzler right there. Nice crackle. Just get to work on it. Make it frizzle. The wire claw looks like it's strong enough to pull down a gate. But you just need to aim straight, shoot and pull, and the gate will come down. Anybody home? The Myriad tribe act on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. They believe uniting the tribes is the only way to restore the peace.
Sibi? Sibi? Get a work.
He was hoping it wouldn't end this way. There's no reason to fight instead of uniting. It would be fighting over nothing. He just needs a logical reason to trust you with the fort and fate of his tribe. If fight is all you do, he can't stand by you. He recognizes the strength of a good argument and agrees it's for the best. He'll give up the fort to you. The rival Sifu is defeated, and the destiny of their tribe is in your hands. You are free to choose their fate, but not free from the consequences of your choice. He'll leave it up to you to decide the fate of the rival Sifu, but suggests you be merciful. Do good, and good will follow you. Thinks it's a good gesture to offer support to others when you can see that they need it. And with that, you're spinning your own fate, good or bad, never to be undone. Side by side they'll stand until order and stability is reinstituted.
Talo sagatele.
He's gotten news that the other tribes have realized there are no winners in this war. There's no purpose in antagonism.
Alu ea.
All three of them believe your tribe has grown strong enough to unite them.
Minti lanu muana. Popolo.
It's clear your efforts have been successful. There's light at the end of the tunnel.
Popolo. Minti lanu muana. Ah, zonki da bipari.
The tribes are tired of war and will remember the one who brought them peace, whether you decide it'll be now or later. So, do you want to end the war now or continue the crusade?
Minti lanu muana. Mali arunu matua.
He agrees. Better save your energy for something meaningful.
Matualele.
He knows things that you need to know.
Ole olaga.
With life, there's always hope.
Mutasavana, aripotisi, mali arunu matua.
Wonders how the Lotus will be able to filter air when the mighty Ankati suck it all up.
Ay nay.
Says you should take care.
Ay nay.
He knows things that
Ansirignore kiti.
it's a place well hidden. It's just below the above. Out of date's impressed you made it this far, but there's still so much left to do. The end of the world is still on everyone's minds. You've beaten a path where you have the power to destroy or save everyone. Question is, what you'll do with that responsibility. He can sense that your heart beats steadily and acknowledges that the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Thinks it's important that you remember who you are and where you came from. Someone without knowledge of their history and origin is like a tree without roots. What do you think his are? He's the one that's called out of date, remember?
Biomutant koibe o korfabe.
Out of date says there's a time for everything. And now there's no use thinking of the past, for it's gone.
Bilia an tuf.
Think of the present, because that's where you are. It's time to set your priorities as the one who completes things.
Tolua lu toluka.
If you continue to do good, good will follow you.
Ka nuka nuburak bilia an tuf.
If the world really does end, there won't be anywhere to run. So he's prepared for the worst, something he calls the Ark.
Kozata ghetto.
Two sides to everything, but for him it would be devastating if you were forced to use the Ark to escape while the world crumbled.
The water.
Out of date says there's no clear record of the chain of events that changed the course of history and brought the world to its knees.
Mao toliawa kotuvon ko kumvun konu.
He's found evidence on the Ark, records of a crisis, decades of contamination that permeated the ground and broke its inner core.
Bubu tubuko.
The contamination disrupted what we now know as key energy, the life force that runs through all things, living and inanimate.
Palu putulua taimis.
He's been told the blight affected everything at a genetic level and turned our perception of normality on its head.
To huaye taimis. Palu putulua.
It was only those that changed that avoided extinction, proving that the possibility for survival and renewal was real.
Fabube mok kofa ya moluwando.
He understands you are curious about the ship at the foot of the tree. He says it surfaced when the oil broke through the ground.
Paigatawa.
The Ark predates the back-in days, and now, after years of study of the manuals he found inside, he believes he's figured the ship out.
Ya moluwando.
The Ark has room for 4 more, and he trusts you'll apply wisdom to your compassion and choose whom to save if the world comes to end.
Ye mufurbo. Bum paluwotolua.
He'll keep the seats open, and you are free to invite up to 4 others to join you in the Ark in the event of a cataclysm.
Le yayato loto lu bayo.
Out of date says that from what he's heard, you've been busy.
Luatolo mawa.
He says he appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's got urgent news from his friend Goop in the southeast.
Loma utolo ba yowo.
Out of date says that even though he's unsure about your intentions, he hopes you'll support Goop.
Ikobe. Ifari kobo fan.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Goop and making sure he gets what he needs is up to you. That's the sound of impending doom. Out of date's premonitions of imminent disaster are true. The porky-puff needs to be handled.
Empaso tombupo bukoye.
Out of date says that Goop is worried now that the Southeast World Eater is stepping up its activity.
Kabobe farhi. Empaso tombupo bukoye.
He explains that Goop is working on a goo-gliding vessel in order to get to the World Eater, but needs help to get it done.
Maoketo tolu ayadr vunko vuntu.
Out of date suggests that you should head southeast as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
Tolu woya lo yalo batolo yo.
He wonders what's on your mind.
Vunko vuntu.
Says you're welcome back. It's the porky-puff nibbling bark. It took quite a liking to the crunchy stuff after munching down out-of-date's leg. Hook the boom ball and tow it beneath the puff. Unleash the quacks. Ain't that cute? The two big playing with quacks. Can you feel it? It's the brisk wind of change. Don't let this opportunity slide. He thanks you for dealing with the first World Eater. It's a start.
Ema tua moana. Mutta savana, aripotisi.
You should go see Out of Date and find out what you can about the machine he's named the Ark.
Ea e te tifaga. Saluto. Ukanawa. Ema tua moana.
Even if Out of Date doubts your intentions, he depends on your help, and the Sifu is confident he'll let you know what you need.
Alo ea. A oto fantasi e le fale fafia.
He trusts you know where to find Out of Date by now. He's always been at the foot of the tree, and that hasn't changed. That's a jumbo puff with an appetite. Ain't no fuzz. Better put an end to it before it ends our world. Uh-oh. The jumbo puff is kicking it up a notch. It's time for an electric performance. Got a bad feeling about this. It goes all the way down to the stomach. Start like a snack, and you'll end up with a ride down the intestinal canal. That's too close to the end station. Better move up and away. We swept the Taurus is pumping at who would have guessed it would go down with a throw-up. Can it really get any better than that? You see, it's what's on the inside that counts. That meaty Taurus is already offbeat. End it. Wow, what a super-sized wormwimp. That must be as big as they come. He thanks you for dealing with another world eater. You're halfway there. He's got word Out of Date spotted Looper Lupin and has a feeling your time has come. He hopes you're up for it. Even though you're good-hearted, you shouldn't miss this opportunity to confront the Predator. Just head back to the foot of the tree. Fingers crossed Lupa Lupin will stay put until you're there. He's helped Out of Date to get the Ark hardware restored. There's just some wiring left to do before the vessel's ready for takeoff. He says the spark plugs didn't fire, so the pistons couldn't compress the black juice to generate enough spruty bang bang for a takeoff. Gizmo isn't sure you'll need to make use of the Ark, though. It looks like your efforts to save the tree and the world are paying off. He knows your good-hearted nature means you won't leave him behind, but you need to work on yourself if he's going to be isolated with you in the Ark. There are things you don't see eye to eye on. It's not that he doesn't care about others, but the fact that the Ark only has 4 extra seats means you have to be picky when choosing company.
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help your next. There's a seat open on the Ark should you want to offer it as a gesture of appreciation.
A conscious choice to be alone means you won't miss anyone.
The thing we're really missing here is someone with compassion. You just seem to have passion for yourself.
The world would be a better place if we were left alone to handle it. Then we'd only have to talk to ourselves, and that's how you get the good answers.
Well, anyone in their right mind would agree you're better off on your own. Let's hope the Ark carries you all the way there.
He's surprised to hear that after all he's done. He basically rebuilt that thing for you. He'd never expect you'd put yourself and others before him. Gizmo will always make time for you. Says you'll see each other later. Easy for things to hide down here. Out of Date says the time has come for you to reconcile with your past. Lupa Lupin is still staying in the camp where he was brought up. He hopes you'll find the answers you are looking for there. Even though darkness is a part of your nature, he suggests you try to keep your cool, as the best fighter is never angry. He'll point you in the right direction, but the rest is up to you. This part of the journey is one you'll have to do on your own. Lupa Lupin's camp has always been there, hidden deep inside the mountains. Out of Date hopes you'll find your way and the answers you were looking for once you're there. He knows he said it before, but the time has come to put an end to the Lupin's reign of terror.
Yowotoloa, le Yayato.
You should get over there, come face to face with destiny. It's going to be you against the Lupin. No rules.
Kuchai, Hifar, Befarb.
He's happy to help.
Come, Weepa.
Glad to see you out and moving about in the daylight.
Oloi bo bopaweg.
We'll be around when you return.
Oloi bo bopaweg.
He guesses you're back for more.
Dolowoya lo yalobatoloyo.
Says you're welcome back. Let's see. There's so much green in the forest, and brown. Tread carefully here. This is Lupa Lupin's camp. Lupa Lupin says he's been looking forward to this moment. He wanted you to come here and see for yourself where it all started. He was so little when your mother and kin came here to put an end to his mother just because she was different, a hunter. That night, the hunter became the hunted, trapped with nowhere to run. He says your mother showed no mercy, only vengeance. He can see that you're not like your mother. There's something different about you. Maybe you would have made a better decision than she did, and let them be. They orphaned him, left him alone, an outcast and a freak. Lupa Lupin says he's been reliving the moment every night since then. He says your mother and her disciples started something that couldn't be undone. They created the monster he would become. He knew his time would come, and he was patient. So, when he got news about your birth, he knew how to get revenge that would last. That's why he spared you that night he raised the village when you were a child. He wanted you to suffer for life, like he had. He marked you for life, so he'd recognize you when you met again, and you'd eventually remember where you came from. His hunger grew insatiable over the years to come. He tried, but being vegetarian wasn't in his nature, and he couldn't go hungry. But he's never taken a life for the sake of appetite. It's always been about survival, and that our true self is being who we are. A deep look into nature will make you understand everything better, and that natural selection eliminates, and the strongest survive. Fate is for those too weak to determine their own destiny, and now the time has come for you to accept yours. The Tree of Life still stands. Question is, for how long? Looked iffy. Comes right apart.
Papa mofobak mokbu far kubi.
Out of Date says that from what he's heard, you've been busy.
Papa mofobak to huaye lo atolo maua.
He says he appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's got urgent news from his friend Noko in the east.
Yuba dolo wawa. Beboko kontabe.
Out of Date says that even though he's unsure about your intentions, he hopes you'll support Noko.
To huaye weta gono. Beboko kontabe.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Noko and making sure she gets what she needs is up to you. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date was spot on. The hoof puff needs to be stopped.
Bilia and to
Out of Date says that Noko is worried now that the Eastern World Eater is stepping up its activity.
koyetu koweboy atu awa ya ea.
He explains that Noko keeps a fabled steed that she has planned to ride out to the World Eater, but need help to get it prepared.
Honto kontue pon yevun goja.
Out of Date suggests that you should head east as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
Evun kutu buvum.
He's happy to help.
Ya you mawa.
Wishes you goodbye.
Ieri tutti ama sele mai multe.
That sealed the fate of the third World Eater. Just one more to go.
A funky donkey Dani. Sefe settiga.
Out of Date asked to see you again to congratulate you and let you in on the final phases of his plan.
Ema tua moana. Ogo ismanura.
This is your chance to get his priorities aligned with yours. Do right by your tribe and the world at large.
Shandu shitoru shisisuvoro akatira.
Just head back to the Ark. He seemed eager to see you again. Here is Knack Hill, the patch that Pebble calls home.
Manapena. Repeat and have fun.
Seems wowed that you made it all the way up here to wherever he happens to be. He's not quite sure about that himself, having gotten here accidentally.
Sakashala Sagandam. Repeat and have fun.
He was just passing through. The fact that he's no longer passing is where the accident comes in.
Nazupal Kinga. Kai Pakant.
He's bowled over by how you managed to find him. Someone who could do that could go just about anywhere.
Manapena.
You seem solid, hard to crack, and always climbing higher. What could stop someone like that?
To the Wanda Gamba. Manapena.
Wherever you're heading next, he hopes you keep strong and tough. You'll need it to get through all the horrors of the world that lie ahead, no matter which direction you go.
To the Wanda Gumba, Haumbatan King Tunk.
Wants to know what you'd do if you made a mistake while trying to get someplace. Would you head back down and try again? Or would you try to continue on from where you were?
Hachranshakach,
Thinks he might just stay here forever instead.
Goa, Fransika.
Says he's not sure he's happy about the world surviving. Means he's stuck here longer.
Goa,
Wonders why you tried to save the world. In the end, what's the difference?
Umisa Sampat.
Can't understand how you work with the Ankati. They spend so much time without good air. They must be hollow.
Tamachama,
Guesses they have to be hollow to hold enough air to... He's not sure where he was going with that.
Bangash,
Let's talk about happier things.
Shikadambarakanga, Hachranshakach.
He says it's rare, but sometimes he gets caught between a rock and a hard place. There's no worse spot to be in, and this time is no exception.
Kai Pakant, Hachranshakach. Shikadambarakanga.
He's always felt insignificant, like a pebble to a mountain. That's why he's climbing now. He wants to feel on top of the lowlands for once.
Sakashala Chagadam.
He realizes that one who doesn't climb can't fall either, so in a way, he guesses he's safer here, not going anywhere.
Shikadambarakanga. Goa.
Figures he can't get out of here on his own. He's tried.
Repeat and funds.
Pebble's risking death by staying or leaving, so he won't stop trying until he's able to climb out of this dying world.
Bangash,
He figures he just has to be more careful. Also, it would be better if he knew where to climb.
Suntul Papanch, Saritama, Singahumpont.
He doesn't want to be a pebble in your shoe, but if you'd help find some better spots for him to climb, he'd be really grateful.
Oh, Rakachadatam, Bangash.
Thinks that would only seem fair. He's not in a position to negotiate much, but he doesn't have much either. Days are scarce. Don't waste them. That's a proper junk depot. Just think of the things chucked away. Such a bright day to wander around in. Wood scrap's great for building things. Hey, nice shot. Keep hold of that. The world is taller than you think. She wonders if the rumors she's heard about you finding the Ark are true. Thinks that's impossible, of course, but she also knows you regularly make the impossible happen. With the world recovering, the Ark would be a wonderful way to see it, so much faster than even her favorite Gnotes. Loves that you did your best to help the world rather than hurt it. You could have used much more of that, even before you returned. Any idea who might be joining you on your Arky journeys?
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help your next. There's a seat open on the Ark should you want to offer it as a gesture of appreciation.
A conscious choice.
The thing
The world will be a better place.
Well, and
Figures if she can't go with you, she'll just keep riding her Gnotes as long as she can. Noko knows she's known for saying things over again. Understands completely. That sludgy junkworks is a real mess. The right key could open this. Better get moving before the day passes you by.
Bangash. Klasaike. Sunt tu, papunch.
Pebble says he feels much better now that he knows where to go and promises to give the new spots you've found a go.
Bangash, sunt tu, papunch. Je got a down para ganga.
Pebble's been putting his life on the line for too long and would feel better if you had time to help him balance that out.
Francika. Sagriti.
He understands the line between life and death is wearing thin, but he believes there must be a way to overcome that.
Bangash, je got a down para ganga. Francika.
He's ready to cross the line, but he just needs your help to tell him which way to go. If you'd help find some ropes that are tight enough to hold him, he'd be really grateful.
Banyakalagava.
Thanks you for guiding him toward finding his own way.
Manapena.
Pebble's right here, for now.
Tuta Wanda ka gumba.
Heard Gizmo was looking for you in the chug yard, but you took care of that.
Sakashala sagandam.
The tree remains intact, but you must all make a change to save it.
Tuta Wanda ka gumba.
Understands completely.
Sarita ma singahompum.
Pebble's right here, for now.
Hachransekach.
Seems surprised you have to go. Worth going outside just to see the night sky. There they are. You fixed those flame flies fast. No time. Go on, catch it. Can't get free. That might come in handy. Ooh, a biohazard like that can make you real sick. There they are. You fixed those flame flies fast. Will the dawn never come? Says he's getting... He's invested in helping... Got what you wanted. Check out that day. Sometimes the smallest pieces of scrap are the ones you make yourself. A stylish cover for your brains. A perfect fit. Not what you wanted.
Kom, ampatura kadam.
Pebble says you've made him feel confident now that you've found a safe place for him to go later on down the line.
Banyakalagava. Haumbatan kintuk.
Pebble says he's in your debt now that you've spent so much of your precious time helping him out.
Hachransekach. Bangasindirakalam.
He's found many unexplored areas on his expeditions, but many required prying to squeeze in.
Suntul papans. Bangash.
So, now that you have the right tool, you should be able to pry stronger and better and access places you couldn't get into before.
To the Wanda Gampa.
You probably felt it was bendy in the wrong way when you tried it on some doors. He promises it'll be strong enough now.
Bangash. Oh, rakachadatam.
Thinks it's fantastic you found the Ark. Imagine where you can go with that.
Nazupale kinka. Klasaka.
Feels jealous that you'll see so much, but happy for you.
Sakashala chagadam.
Of course, now that the world is healing, you don't need to leave. But maybe you still could if you want.
Nazupale kinka. Lasai panta.
Amazed you tried so hard to save the world. Such determination.
Fransika.
So, what's your Ark Rider roster looking like?
So, what we have here is an opportunity to
A conscious choice to be a...
The thing we're...
The world will be a better...
Well, anyway...
Repeat antan fans.
Understands why you wouldn't want him along. Who would?
Fransika.
Pebble is always ready to help. A good deal all around. Easy to lose your way if you can't see landmarks.
Mpa, wherefore, where, loa tolu tum.
Out of Date says there'll be consequences of the war, but there are more pressing matters at hand.
Honto kontue bon yevun goja.
The last World Eater has been left undisturbed with the tree while you focused on the war.
Loa tolu tum. E baso do bubu bu goye.
He thought someone with your light perspective and key would have had different priorities and faced the World Eaters before resolving the tribe war.
Fare come mako to fare ti taba. Vunko vunturbo.
Regardless, Out of Date is grateful the tribe war is over.
Ugambun ang ugagad yebromo vuf.
Out of Date understands the road has been rough, but you already know what's left to end this journey, and it'll be tough.
Ugambun ang ugagad yebromo vuf. Evunko tu buvum.
You're the only one that's strong enough to face the last World Eater.
Ewe bobuye.
The future depends on someone with a light perspective to give the world a chance to survive.
Come Reaper.
Only time will tell what the future holds, and if it will bring a lasting peace for those that make it to the end.
Miami.
Out of Date says the word about what you've done so far is spreading. The tribes haven't lost hope yet.
Cobra yake. Fofo umbak bakwa papamu.
He appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's had urgent news from his friend Wiz in the northwest.
Yunuluaptula.
He's unsure about your intentions, but hopes you'll support Wiz.
Mauketo tul atto iamalao.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Wiz and making sure he gets what he needs is up to you. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date's hunch is real. The Merc Puff is up next.
Mauketo tul atto iamalao.
Out of Date says that Wiz is worried now that the Northwest World Eater is stepping up its activity.
Kuzata ghetto.
He explains that Wiz is working on an undersurf vessel in order to get to the World Eater, but needs help to get it done.
Yowotulua kuzata ghetto.
Out of Date suggests that you should head northwest as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
To Hawaii.
He's happy to help.
Toluwoya lo yalobatoluyu.
Understands completely. You never know how long anything's been buried underground. Let's see. This is Dixie's goods. There's an outfitter and an upgrade bench dangling in that little blimp. Let's see.
Tolodraketo, Igiaketo.
That went well.
Tremao, las litzao.
Don't slip. Now that's respectable. Sharp dressed. Need to stock up on scrap first. Scrapalicious. Small parts with great value. The plants are so thick you can barely move. Scorcher, cutting edge. The Surge Surf Factory. Keep your eye out for Wiz while you're here. Let's see. Nothing like light to brighten your day. Bang Shelter 9J. No one builds these like Toxanol used to. Kaboom! Getting sick. Crackers out. Whatever you do, do it right, or don't do it at all. That's hard to come by. Heads up, that's the Blimp Station, home of the notorious Lobo. Let's see. What a mess that notice board is. So many hopes lost, all long forgotten. I'll bet if you poke around here, you'll find Lobo working on her gull blimp. Passengers used to board and leave blimps here up until they couldn't see through the smog anymore. It's not the flying that kills you, it's when you land wrong. Keep your eyes open and you might find a new track around here. Maybe even learn a thing or two. That's what you're looking for. You can't leave tracks in the air, even when it's as smoggy as this. Ironically, it's getting cleaner already, but that'll only last for as long as the Tree of Life is standing. You learned more about the world, but not even the sky's the limit from here on.
Lama, Parip. Labase, Zamaleko, Balo, Adapa, Kuba.
Lubs ain't the easiest tongue, but at least Lobo's peppy and seems happy to see you.
Sifu Kuman.
You might remember her from the old days when she let you ride the wind in her gull blimp.
Think, Kapatipa, Eduabeki, Alamatik.
She believes you are so righteous as a child and can still feel it, even from where she is standing.
Zamalip, Zawulupu Bati, Zamaletipoku.
She can sense you're still catching up with your own story, or at least your part in it. And she wants you to know that friends can help you add context to that tale and find the meaning in it.
Alamaku.
She's curious about what you've done all these years. You must have been through lots out there on the other side of the wall.
Tipika, Paripatuk.
Lobo says memories are your personal history. You filter them not through who you were, but who you are now.
Kapete?
She knows you're back to take on Lupa Lupin. That's your history colliding with your present to help you forge your future.
Parip, Dobalabeki, Kuzuma, Lamate.
She's affected that even if that disaster knocked the air right out of you, you never let that stop you. You caught your breath and stood back up again.
Azami Make, Dukupa, Kuzuma, Lamate.
It's important you don't let your history determine your course of action. She suggests you choose your own horizons.
Azami Make.
Lobo's surprised by that. She herself would never forgive a wrongdoing like that.
Zamak, Cookie, Geptikpalak.
Lobo says the gull blimper had the wind knocked out, so she needs a new push gas can to get it back up in the sky.
Igama Nemo, Geptikpalak, Zamak, Cookie.
There's a Frankendog from before the long gone still out there somewhere, and mechanines like that are motored with gas.
Ha, Manamatakapu.
If you could find the Frankendog and lead it back to her, she'll be able to drain gas from its container and huff up the gull blimp.
Geptikpalak,
She's not surprised. It's a strange name to give anything, especially a mechanine, but rumor has it its inventor was barking mad. Embrace the day. Don't flinch away from this. It's your moment. You need to focus. Got to be frank with you, a building like this doesn't come across as a doghouse, but it is. Finding things both here and there. Looks like the cables need to be replugged in steps to match each sequence in order to generate a buzz strong enough to make... Nice. That rearrangement should be enough to let enough electric current pass through the board. You've reached the end of the line. Bet you can find Choo Choo here. Looks like the control box handles need to be wheeled to buzz the wire. Sharp shirt. Fits you well. Wired up and ready to go. Not really mainstream, but okay then.
Pasata konta pa.
Let's see. This is a lonely place. A red, lonely place.
Kadi. Walakati. Alamakuf. Labase, Zamaleko, Paripatuk.
With the push gas can in place, the gull blimper is ready to go all the way up, but it'll also need to come back down. She says that with fresh push gas, you'll need a heavier tie-down to anchor the gull blimper. Lobo says she spotted a vessel on the surf when riding the Sky last, and from the look of it, it had a heavy tie-down weighing it down.
Cuckoo.
You should return as soon as you've retrieved the tie-down, as the gull blimp can't take off while this whole thing is up in the air.
Kapsik palak te edo abaki alamatik.
She's seen it used to moor floats to the bottom of the surf. It's a heavy piece of skronk attached to a chain. There they are. Now, catch them. The dark's good for sneaking up on things. Not many will survive a bullet from this beauty. Who can stand against that? Boom, boom. This is a hard and dusty place. Keep to the straight and narrow. Turn the notes to raise the tie down and stop it from falling. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That's good. Now better head back to Lobo and get that weight off your shoulders. So dry, so hot.
Sifu kuman. Dukupa, walekepu, lamadigo, debatoka, azamipo, dipika.
Now that the push gas and tie-down are in place, Lobo says the gull blimp can go both up and down. You're ready for takeoff. Next stop, the clouds. That bric-brac might be stripped, but no one strips places like you. Yes, it's Bionucleus 10K. The contamination concentration here is probably still strong. So many motor juice stations still. Imagine when they all still worked. So much go juice. An aerodrome where the brave got into tin cans that got tossed through the sky. They call this the out and about. Look for Sol in these parts. that one in half. You're such a luckster. Someone has to end this plague before it's too late. Maybe that key will match. Wow, lucky. Seems like a peculiar item. Surprised to see that you've reached this point in your own story. There are so many different twists and turns it could have taken. His tale is still being written, as is yours. Hard to know where it will wind. With adventures like yours, you must have the most amazing stories to tell. Someone should take the time to write them down before they're lost forever. Your stories could inspire others to work as hard as you and do so many amazing things, maybe even help to save the world. Either way, if you die with your story untold, who's going to know it at all? You need to write it down before it's too late. Says life is like a library. There are more books than you can read in one go, so you have to pick. The choices you make tell us who you are. Sometimes we go back to read a story and find we're different than we were before. Turns out the story for this world isn't quite over yet. Hopefully, not for a long time. Praises you for working to keep telling this world's story instead of switching to a new one. Feels good about the Ankati working with you. They always take such good care of their books. Easy when the air is so thin. Figures they must if they keep so many books around. Otherwise, it would be a real waste. Says there must be more to this story, right? You shouldn't let things out here worry you too much. Sometimes the heat plays tricks with your mind. So what you just saw isn't what you saw. He comes out here for peace of mind. There's a certain amount of quiet needed in the life of a vagabond bookkeeper. He's called Sol for no other reason that he likes to be alone. Sol believes in books as a uniquely portable magic. If the words within are powerful enough, they can take you places you wouldn't think could exist. He's not even sure you asked him that question, but he's willing to believe it anyhow. Says he's just got to the end of the book he started last time he was out here and found out it's missing the final 3 pages. He's been dreaming about these pages for some time now, but he realized that imaginary words are not enough. Concrete action must follow to find them. The pages have been seen out there in the dry hot, drifting like leaves in the wind. If you get them for him, he'll treat you to a portable magic of his own device. Says the lack of that story's ending has him too discombobulated to consider such a wild thing. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Bristles like the hair of one electrified. You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Hold on. A smart foe would leave now. Pow! Got that one down. Great shot. A peak of power. Nice shot. Biohazard makes your skin crawl. Could that be the whirring of a fan nearby? Look, that must be the page's souls missing. Tippy tapper.
Dibra. Book.
Sol says he didn't think you'd find all the pages before him, but he wonders if he let the mirages fool him where you did not. Sol says his trunk took his sightseeing to the next level, but now you're the one going places. You'll make better use of it than him. The trunk has taken him places he couldn't have gone on his own, and that's been really uplifting. You should latch on to the trunk. It's time to hit the road. Says writers used to carry stories in trunks before they went into books. This one can tote your tales too. Saul can't wait to escape the heat. Understands you have other places you need to go. A balancing act. Getting harder to see. The trunk is large enough to fit all your luggage, even the memories that made the biggest impact. You don't have to leave anything behind. Sol says he's happy to have met you. Not many left out here with an open mind. He wants to keep the end of the book to himself, but he has no problem sharing everything else. He picked up a thing or two as a traveling man. Just let him know if you want to have a look. Says he wouldn't want to spoil it for you. Heard you found the perfect vessel for any kind of travel, right? You guesses it might not go under goo, but it has to beat walking. Wonders what an ark's good for when the world doesn't need to be escaped from, but hey, there's so much to see here too. Wonders if it makes sense you found the ark. You did so much damage to this place and now could just leave. He doesn't want to read too much into this, but who's going with you in the ark?
So what we have here is someone looking for a way out if everything fails. There's a seat open on the ark, but why would you want this company?
What really happens when you make a conscious choice to be alone is that you...
Let's agree.
But it's hard...
Regardless...
Understands that he can't ride in the ark, but he hopes you get good stories from whoever gets those seats. Sol says he's ready to pack up and leave. You got the best of that. Dry ground is always better. That ruin looks promising. Someone lived there once. Ouch! Slashing dash. Vacant up. Hang. Findest keepers. You need to harmonize the notes. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Music to anyone's ear. Says it seems like you should have met Lobo before now. Un- Good work finding a fixer-upper like that. Maybe still savable. You need to give the tensioners a matching adjustment. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That sounds delicious. You're full of pluck. This thing needs new bounce orbers. The Hex Hut. Maya makes her home here. Let's see. She figured you'd have given up by now, what with the end of the world arranged against you. She put her fate in her poppets instead. Thinks that giving up isn't always up to you. Sometimes the world's bigger than your will. Now that you're here, Maya believes your fate might be bigger than she thought. The world might end you, but it won't end without you. If you're going to put an end to the world, it would be a mercy to do it fast. No point in letting it sit there on pins and needles. Either way, she wishes you luck. Good, bad, or whatever you need. Asks if you ever wondered who might be pulling your strings, and what might happen if you decided to pull back. Thinks that's awfully easy for you to think fate's pulling your strings. Whoever's in charge, it looks like the world's on the way up. Applauds you for stepping up to take power in the world before it took your power from you. Wonders how you can stand the Ankati. They worry so much about their air that they forget to breathe. Even her poppets have a hard time with them. Not for poppets. They do just fine on their own. Anyhow, she has funner things to talk about. Says her name is Maya. She doesn't get a lot of visitors nowadays. There's a Jumbie hex over these parts of the land. She's beyond worry, though, and knows there's a small chance you'll survive. You're all doomed if you don't. Maya won't give up or give in. She thinks it's better to get stitching rather than curse a ripped cloth. Says no one makes better poppets than her, and hers are better than just toys. She's crafted a poppet in defense against the World Eater closest to her, but she needs a sharper pinpricker to make use of it. She's flurfed the poppet already, so there's no need to worry about her wishcraft. It's primed on the World Eater. The only pinpricker worth using is one that was stuck in a haystack. It's a needle like that she needs your help finding. Asks you not to doubt her hexables. Just get her that poppet sticker. Under your own power now. You found an old bric-a-brac. Might be worth exploring. That straw barn should hold enough hay to find the pinpricker. As long as karma exists, the world changes, and we change with it. Personal. Oh, wouch! Burn! Crack-a-doodle! Chop it up!
Vegua yak yapak rayo tesucho.
The porky puffs.
Nu papuno. Losurate me susute.
You need to replug the cables so each match the sequence. Wonders when you sleep. Most of those that are out this late are up to something bad. Nice. That rearrangement should be enough to let enough electric current pass through the board. This actually feels refreshing. Halfway there. One down. Finding that pinpricker is going to be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just a few moves left. Make them count. You fixed those flame flies fast. You have a good eye for that stuff. The gooing of the water in the ground is spreading. Nice view. That looks exactly like the pinprick Amaya was talking about.
Kiki Coco Tausi. Kulamina Rosanida.
Maya looks relieved as she's finally able to get to work on the poppet. It'll take some pinpricking to soften up the World Eater.
Siwa Runatini Ninawi.
Maya says there's a job roaming in the mushy mire at night. She wants to catch and bind it to a protection poppet.
Wasi Ruma Kwanawa.
This time she wants to use a Snuggie poppet from an old world automated blind box dispenser to bind the job.
Wasi Ruma Kwanawa. Roya Papt Pipo. Blooms Gopa.
Once you've got a Snuggie poppet from a machine, go to the Mushimosh mire and catch the job before you come back here.
Folds Fode Plek.
Says it's worth saving the world, including you.
Rokau Tausi. Walapun.
Maya says she'll stick around.
Roti Rotilesi. Sileroto.
Says you'll meet again. It's a fine ride. The village of Shobby ain't too shabby. Says back in the old times, sludge just piped into your house. Now you must wait for a truck to bring your sludge to you, and theirs is late. They're desperate for their sludge. Could you figure out what happened to the sludge truck? Guess his bandits broke down or just busted out of sludge. No way to know till you find it.
Kum kuma.
Says the sludge truck usually comes from that direction.
Kum.
Just go find the truck and figure out what happened to it.
Dahi mon nevu.
Otherwise, they're going to run out of sludge fast.
Dahi mon nevu.
Seems choked up about it, but it might just be the air crud around here. Let's see. Keep hold of your gear. Dismounted. Aren't crossways fun? Just filled with possibilities. Itchy trigger finger. Tap hard. Wheel the control box handles to buzz the wire. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Wired up and ready to go. You look civilized. You wear those well. It's a game of life. Yours and everyone else's. Nothing like a little exercise. Don't overstep. You need to believe how serious this is if you want to have any effect on it. Watch you flex. You look great. Might keep you from taking one to the knee. Small things for your big ideas. More scrap for you? Wild headgear. Cranks like these usually need to be wound to operate the dispenser. What you see is what you get, once it's out of the blind box, that is. That's the Neverwake field. If there was anything here to be found, it's gone now. Good hit. In flames. Chop, chop. So much damage. There's the job. What a messy mess.
Golikum kupi boblo wasi ruma wanawa.
Maya looks intrigued. It's the first time someone's been able to bind a jarb to a poppet, and she has no doubt the Snuggie did the trick.
Karumi wasi mato roya bapti pipo glums gopa.
Maya says she's managed to pile up quite a collection of poppets over the years.
Barusa fuli kano ba.
She once made a special Barbo poppet for her friend Lump. He said it was the only one he'd ever met that loved cookies as much as him.
Kulamina rusanida.
Maya says she's convinced there's a poppet waiting for you, too.
Kulamina rusanida puritani kakinoda.
Thinks everyone important has a poppet waiting to bond with them.
Saturi toto.
Maya says she was told you found that legendary ark, and she cannot wait to see it. Think about doing a poppet show in there.
Yobe damele toto.
Figures it would be. How could it not?
Tawantani tausikauro saturi toto.
Wonders, since the world seems to be surviving, if you'd consider turning the ark into a proper poppet theatre. It'd be perfect.
Tawantani tausikauro.
Says you earned the ark, or you probably would have taken it anyhow, right?
Roti rotilesi sileroto.
Wants to know how someone auditions for one of the seats on the ark.
So what we have here is someone looking for a way out if everything's...
I'm so glad you chose that. We're born alone, we live...
We are better...
Being alone.
The end,
Gardina ruti tizi golikum kupi boblorb.
Feels so excited about joining you on the ark. She'll pack up her poppets and needles and strings and see you there.
Alopunka kalumpunzi a roti rotilesi sileroto.
Maya says put a pin in it. She's not going anywhere soon. Seemed fair.
Saturi toto yobe damele toto.
Maya says put a pin in it. She's not going anywhere soon.
Folds for the like.
Thinks the Ankati tribe has the most dedicated members.
Barusa, Fulikano ba.
Thinks it must have been hard to lose your parents. What that did to you as a kid.
Paso, Fipilo, Glub.
Didn't have much else to say, so no problem.
Koritani, Folani, Kupleko, Hexi Wex.
Maya says put a pin in it. She's not going anywhere soon.
Puritani, Kakinoda.
Didn't have much else to say, so no problem. Lobo's curious if what she's heard about the Ark is true, that it can ride through the sky all the way up to the twinkles.
Kade se dudu labakapate.
Her friend Nova has a long eye and has seen them up close, the little bright lights up in the sky that are turned on at night.
Zamalip zamolapat.
Who would want to leave now that the world is recovering? But she thinks traveling to a world beyond the sky sounds exciting.
Se dudu labakapate.
You have more in common than you think. You're both chasing your future but need to confront your dark past before it can happen.
Zamalip.
She thinks saving her a seat on the Ark is part of your fates.
So what we have here is someone looking for a way out if everything...
I'm so glad you chose that.
We are better...
Being alone.
The end...
Zamaletipoku.
Lobo's happy you see eye to eye on this whole Ark thing. The journey will be much more interesting with her around.
Karumi, Wasi, Mat, Masumi, Melemelo.
Maya looks intrigued. It's the first time someone's been able to bind a job to a poppet, and she has no doubt the Snuggie did the trick.
Ziwa, Runatini, Ninawi.
Maya says she's managed to pile up quite a collection of poppets over the years.
Rokautanzi, Walapun.
She once made a special Barbo poppet for her friend Lump. He said it was the only one he'd ever met that loved cookies as much as him.
Folds for the like.
Maya says she's convinced there's a poppet waiting for you, too.
Kulamina, Rosalida, Saturi, Karumile.
Thinks everyone important has a poppet waiting to bond with them.
Rotilesi, Sileroto.
Maya says put a pin in it. She's not going anywhere soon. She's really into Arcana. Fair trade. This corner of the world is called Anywhere, which is maybe why Click calls it home. Let's see. This fellow seems shocked to see you. He's heard about you, but figured you didn't have the guts to do what must be done to survive till the end of the world. Agrees that's obviously true. Figures someone like you must be willing to do anything to stay alive, just like him. Now that you got this far, though, which way will you go? You seem like you're ready to make the hard choices and do the worst things to see this world wind down right. Guesses the end is coming either way. When there's nothing but a bad storm rising, it's ride or die. Asks you to think of the world like a set of locks. Every time you do something, you decide whether to open one or not. Would you go back and open different ones now? Better than what? Maybe things have to get worse first. The world seems like it's starting to heal. How pointless. Seems like you threw out the old plans for this world. Trying to start something new? Wonders why you work with the Ankati. Breathless as they are, they still never let him get a word in. That's because you make them. That's all they understand. You look like you'd be a fun lock to pick. Says back in the days, no one locked anything. But that's changed. Locking yourself in and others out is his key to survival. He keeps his business low-key, but for the right person, he's willing to unlock secrets from the back then. The gears mesh well between you. It'll be easier for both if you just call him Click. He likes locks and the things that lie behind them, but he's also into metal and the like, as he loves to make his things last. Click says his key to success is metal, and judging from what he's heard about you, you're handy with metal too, literally. If you charged a bar of metal at a Toxanol zap station, he could forge it into the palm of your hand. That would help your clonk fist beat new paths into the future. Just flip the switch of a generator that produces superheated, glowy air and get on it when the lightning charge forms. Simple, right? Thinks the biggest risks come with the best rewards. You could have missed this village. It's called Mambleclump. Let's see. That's a Toxanol zap station. It's a brand new day. Just flip the switch of the generator to produce superheated glowy air and get on it when the lightning forms. Bullets everywhere. You did good, but the lightning did all the work. Head back to Click to amp up the Clonk Fist. Click says your fist is charged and ready to punch a hole through anything that stood in your way in the past. Click's worked out the locks of the world, but still needs to make the keys. He figures he could make a skeleton key, a key that'll unlock any old lock, if only he had a back-in-time bone. He's talking about remains of the dead and gone, and that means a chill down your spine as this bone comes from a particular site, the Gone Forevermore. Thinks you might have unlocked the secret to his plan. Click says you're locked together in fate. Says you're welcome back. The day is wasting. Time to get to it. That's Gone Forevermore. The place they plant dead folks. Hope you don't wind up there soon. Wow, wow, wow. Let's pocket that. Bang, bang. What a blow. Click is thrilled with the back-in-time bone. Says there's enough to make a skeleton key for you too. Click felt there was no point telling you about a secret door if he couldn't provide you a key, but now he has one, he can. But he cautions you, you never know what hides behind the old doors. Best be careful, you're a key figure now. Figures with a key like that, you'll unlock all sorts of mysteries. A real treasure. Here's what Click's got to spare today. A pleasure do business. That hurt him. The night could be fun. Wonder if Toxanol had a deeper purpose with any of the bang shelters. This one, for example, Shelter 5D. Better hold on to that. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Always room for improvement. Requires a sharp eye and steady hands. Well worth the effort. Oh no! Rain!
Saluto.
That was the last of them. You've sealed the fate of the tribe and the tree. It's time for the end game.
Mutasavana, Aripotisi.
You have your destiny. Follow it all the way back to Out of Date. He never told anyone about what's next, but he's sure it involves you. Just make sure you don't let anyone but yourself control your destiny. You've come too far for that. The tribe comes first. It's time to return to the tree one last time. Careful you don't slide down the Sprill slope. Maybe Honky can show you the way. Let's see. When a story comes to you, pay attention. Thinks most aren't as lucky as you. The fact that you've survived this long says a lot about how tough a customer you are. You don't have to sell him on that. Figures only those fortunate enough to have it happen can know how lucky they really are. You might be one of the shrewdest customers he's ever met. No one gets to be outfitted as well as you without being a sharp shopper. But what are you going to do with all that gear you've got? Tells you to remember that what's not yours isn't yours to take. You need to pay for things like anyone else, fair and square. Wants you to know he's been on the lookout for great deals for you, and he's happy to share them with such a bargain hunter as you. Did you ever have second thoughts about something you bought? Or worse yet, about something you didn't buy? Life's too short to let things you want pass you by. Don't you all? When you figure out the specifics, let him know and he'll see if he can sell it to you. Feels good about the world surviving. All his stuff is in it. Appreciates how you used the stuff he sold you the way you wanted to, no matter the effects. Thinks you made a good match with the Ankati. He made a lot of green selling them all sorts of things over the years. They always tried to sell him their extra goggles, but no one else really wanted them. On to new business. He introduces himself as Honky and says that it's his custom to make everyone he meets a customer. He was born to be a merchant, or maybe it was fate. Regardless, there's nothing he can do to change it. Trading runs in his blood. He'll be fine, even if he doesn't turn a profit on you. That's a trade-off he's willing to make, as it's against his policy not to offer you both joy and profit. Thinks it's better to have a friendship based on business than a business based on friendship. Honky says he wants to help you help him. He knows you're someone with the potential to stay loyal to his brand.
Man, Chico.
He always follows the market and listens to what it's telling him to do, but often he feels it's up to him to tell others what they need.
Kino si sorry. Zero simple fantai.
He'll give you what you need as soon as he's helped you help him collect an insignificant, good-for-nothing item that has sentimental value to him.
Isa filon. Babolical aniki.
Says you shouldn't worry about it, but be sure to do it. Wow, wow, wow. Swing smash. Up for grabs. It's quieter here, away from the sky. You make this look simple. Just a few moves left. Make them count. How high can you go? Honky appreciates that you got him the pointless thing he asked for. He thinks you're a true bargain hunter. Honky would really appreciate it if you could get him another unprofitable item while you're at it. It would mean a lot to him, even if it's useless to you. The more emotional he gets, the better the deal you'll be able to strike. So there's something in this for you, too.
After the color.
The useless thing shouldn't be too much of an inconvenience to find, seeing you're out and about.
No zero simple fantai.
Knew that you were a fair dealer from the day you met.
Popolikaliniki.
Honky says everything must go, except you.
What you need?
Understands completely. The day is getting on. A ladder would be better. Now that Honky's got the valueless things he prizes, he says he's ready to bargain. Honky says he now wants to give you an opportunity to get more than you expected in return. He promises he'll make trading with him worthwhile. The more you get, the more he'll give. Figures one customer's trash is another one's treasure. The trick is matching them up right. Honky is always open for business. Honky claims he's a walking supermarket. And square. The hours fly by in the dark. There they are. Now, catch them. It's Nanby, a new village for... Let's see. Let's see.
Payman pawain banta. Kevana egg vigadaso. Kahir. Ennemadotase.
Says the tribe Sifu sent them here to help defend against the rival tribe that's been terrorizing their village.
Payman pawain banta.
Isn't sure how long the village will last if it continues.
Mundo monoya ala. Sin ona kafr.
As if the plague ruining the land and destroying the crops wasn't enough to bring the village to its knees already.
Eidu yo yapolomon.
That's what they call the blight that's been haunting the land since the old world ended in the apocalypse around here.
Mundo monoya ala. Sin ona kafr.
The Sifu asked you to help, and that's what you must do.
Noya ala. Sin ona kafr.
Says you're welcome back. Heroes inspire in a way nothing else can.
Wanda mundawawa. Filliga hebedekegum. Dressu.
Has no doubt you've earned the trust and support of this village. Actions speak louder than words. You did good here.
Kunnifeste hefre. Ingentil.
Is always willing to listen. You did good. Looking for a bargain. Came out on top. That'll come in handy.
Palani?
The Bullybul glade is beautiful. Watch out for Jumble. It's gone from being late to being early. Let's see. He'd heard about you blending your way into the world, but he'd feared you might stew in your own juices instead. Wonders how you came to that conclusion. It's close enough, but he prefers to be called a mixologist. He wonders what you're going to do now that you've grown so tough and strong. Will you feed the world or watch it starve? You have the stench of death about you. It's almost enough to ruin his appetite. Almost. He tells you that you are what you drink. So if you want to be good, drink wholesome. Otherwise the junk will hollow you out inside. Thinks life is full of all sorts of ingredients. It's up to you what to put into your blender and your body. And if you are what you drink, what happens to you when you choose different things? But you would think that, wouldn't you? Thinks it's amazing how the world is coming back to life. So many fresh things to drink. Doesn't understand why you've pushed the world's needs behind yours. Feels great about you joining the Ankati. There's so many great ingredients up there in the rare air. Anything that grows there comes out strong. Figures it thins out the weaker things. To survive such things, you gotta be bold. Thinks you should get your convo cooking. He's curious if you've ever had soup tastier than life itself. If not, you've come to the right place. He's widely known for his jumble juice. His thoughts are like his juice, all jumbled up in his mind. Those who claim to know him even call him Jumble. Can you believe it? He needs more customers to claim that they know him. He promises to look after you if you look out for something for him. Says it's a bit of everything, but also something particular. Jumble wants you to keep your eyes peeled for a band of color that brightens with the sun after it rains. He's on the hunt for a concentrate of that prismatic refraction of sunlight forming in tasty droplets of rain in the sky. Find the concentrate he's looking for where the color hits the ground. Bring it back, and he'll mix a jumble juice to share. Promises that you've never had anything like it. Come to think of it, no one else has either. Stories only survive if someone is listening, so pay attention. The bright color arch is riding high. Follow it to the end. Good hit. Switch crack. What a great sound. All fired up. The simplest thing. You just line up the gears on that lock and it should spring open. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That's a colorful find. Every day is a new chance to fulfill your destiny. Oh, look at those muscles. foe would lead. Shot through. Put a key to use. At least you're not coming out of this empty-handed. For being cut off from the surface, this isn't too bad. Jumble cannot thank you enough. Nothing is as great as a surprise after the rain. He thought he was ready to make you the jumble juice, but his supply of fill-up glasses has become a bottleneck. Without it, he has nothing to put the juice in. Get him a fill-up glass, and he'll start mixing the juice in the meantime. He'll have it ready for you when you come back. That kind of glass shouldn't be too hard to find. You should be able to find one drifting about on the surf. Says of course you do, but if you bring him the fill-up glass, you can take it with you too. Jumble's happy you're here. Wouldn't be surprised if you met again. Jumble says that now he's got a fill-up glass, he's willing to part with a splash of his incredibly invigorating jumble juice. Jumble says he's got other interests than sunshine after rain. He's gathered quite a mix of curiosa over the years. The problem is, it's weighing him down now that he's shifted his focus to the sky. He'd be happy to part with some of it. He's been hauling around this stuff for too long anyways. Says it's whether the weather weathers well that worries him most. Jumble says seeing you always brightens his day. Sharp dealing. Not everything here is friendly. On your own again. The float boat used to see lots of traffic, but that's dwindled over time. Let's see. Feels like it's time for a break. Can't believe you're actually working on the world. Most would be happy to stuff themselves silly while they wait to see what happens. Feels powerless to do anything but eat, and even that's trouble. Wonders how you manage to feel like you can make a difference still. And if you're going to try, which way will you try to sway things? Maybe you think you can speed the end along, but even the end comes at its own pace. After all, the problems of the Tree of Life are so much bigger than those that live within it. What can anyone really do? Says life is like a meal when there's too much to eat. You decide to eat one thing, and it means you don't have enough room for another. And now the kitchen is closing. Then maybe you keep the kitchen open. Maybe you can find someplace else. Looks like you decided to start working the kitchen yourself. You could have just sat there and waited for more food, but you decided to start fresh. Thinks the Ankati are good folks, but they eat to live. Lump lives to eat. Wonders what's the point of life if you don't live it large. But who you dine with isn't as important as what you eat, right? Says he has a lump in his tum-tum. That's how it's been since the world turned, but he's convinced you can make the burble go away. You need cookies, you and him both. They are the sweetest little bit of comfort food. His mookies in particular are nom-nom. His balanced diet is a cookie in each hand, and his are bite-sized and personal. Nothing ticky-tacky or lumpy about them. Oh, no. Says they're sweetsy, toothsome, and so good. Lump says the only thing he can make now are cookies. No one likes cookies, but his oven won't heat up without a new spark plug. Gizmo taught him how to unscrew spark plugs from motor drives under the hood of wheel wrecks. Doing that should be even easier for you. As soon as he gets a spark plug, he'll make a special bakey just for you. A Kuki a day keeps the sadness away. You'll get the best end of that deal. And the open goo before you. With luck, it'll keep you out of the goo. Get off and slow down a bit. Super effective. Took care. Feeling fierce. Got that. Just line up those nodes and yank it out. Just a few moves left. Make them count. You got the plug. You're the one in charge now. The trees arc toward the water. Lump is heated, oven fired up and all. Should be enough spark to keep it going until the end of the world. Now that the oven is sparking hot, it's time to bake. To be worthy of sweets, you must have tasted bitters, and he can see you've had a fair share. Sadly, his supply of whiffle dust is gone with the wind. That means he can't bake the special cookies he wanted, disco biscuits. Get him some whiffle dust, and he'll make a fresh biscuit for you. The quickest way to get a little dust is from the village where he made his last guest bake. There should be some. It's formed from Rocky Ridge mineral scrape-off. It's a rare good, only found on higher ground. Lump says there are still things left over. Understands you have things to do. This is Hobbydunk, a homey little village. Leave that ride. Let's see. So many trees in this region. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Ought to be some whiffle dust nearby. Look for an oven. That's the oven. Now, just crank up the temp gauges and catch the cloud it makes. The story will go on as long as there is someone there to listen. Now that the whiffle dust is secured, Lump's ready to yo-yo. His disco biscuits are known for their hullabaloo.
Kumbahata.
Lump says he has a load of sweets re-ovened for you.
Asaka. Layosikuta.
Better get them while they're hot. Cukies, mookies, and the odd poppadocaricle.
Kahintuluta.
He's happy to have something for everyone.
Takankalahate.
Says the secret is not caring what others like.
Hansiti tulahanga.
Lump says he's always happy to help. Disc. Shook on it. An artist's blade. Check out all the islands when you can. That's sure to be useful. No going back from that. Looks solid. Hand of Death.
Mauketo, tolu, ayad, fofo, umbak, bakwa, papamu.
Out of Date says the signs of the end of the world are everywhere. It seems nature is preparing to take revenge.
Kuchai, hifar, befarb.
The day of reckoning is coming, and you are invited. He can feel you're approaching the end date.
Kuchai, hifar, befarb. Mauketo, tolu, ayadre.
If you haven't decided whom of all like-minded, dark-souled beings you've met have earned a seat on the Ark yet, it's time to do that now.
Ba no yuano. Perna.
Then grasp your last chance to make sure Lupa Lupin stopped for good. The tree settled its score, but it left yours half done. He says you need to see Lupa Lupin eye to eye one last time. He's happy to help. Wishes you goodbye. We all share the same destiny, destruction or survival.
Famamuni esa masani lava on zonki da bipari.
The Sifu is seeking revenge too. He hasn't forgotten what Lupa Lupin did, but he also wants to stop him from attacking his tribe.
Maua, letele o.
That the world seems to survive doesn't mean he must.
And Sirignore Kitty.
He hopes you agree. It suits your dark nature.
Ai ne, silele.
There's no room for predators in the world the Ankati tribe is building.
Ole olaga.
But he knows this is your fight. You should handle it. Lupa Lupin's own fear was his shackles, not the roots of the tree. It just changed him. You have a chance to stand back and let the tribe handle The Sifu is ready to step into the fray. Are the odds about to change in your favor? If a friend dies, something inside you dies. You can save the Sifu by making yourself a target. Shockwaves spread when the world crumbles. This is not a prophecy, me telling you about the future. It's you shaping it. Here's a vulgar display of power. The more he does, the stronger he becomes. It's time you remember who the real enemy is and stop playing the game his way. This is how it ends. The Predator and the world itself suffering. But at least it's a sign they're both still alive.
So, what we have here is a clear matter of life and death. And only you can make a difference.
I'm so glad you chose that. Just leave him be and let nature have its way.
It's what I always wished for, that you just leave and let me be.
You know you couldn't do without me. I complete you. The better side of two halves. We must coexist to have balance, even though we are opposites.
Well, I guess you have a point. Leaving the Predator be can be right too. Let life have its way.
The weak can't forgive. Forgiveness is a strength. It's not all life and death. It's no better time than now to accept a helping hand. Do you wonder what turn life might have taken if you'd done things different? A left when you went right? A yes when you said no? You've walked the thin line between survival and disaster and haven't lost your balance yet. It's because of you the Tree of Life and the world has been given a second chance. You carried the light in a world full of dark and made a difference in a place that needed change. You allied with the Ankati tribe and brought the solidarity needed to keep the world in balance. However, light and dark does simply represent the polarities of life. One can't exist without the other. This isn't the end. Just being surrounded by nature as it heals itself will rejuvenate us. Nature will teach us how to survive. So, trust your conscience to show you the way, and everything else will follow. As foretold, you were destined to split the chains of this world. But you're not alone. You filled the Ark, and those that shared your perspective and gained your trust will accompany you on your journey. Is there a world out there that's better suited for the one already in perfect balance than this one? Whether or not, we'll leave your story on record, so those who come after will know you achieved perfect balance in nature and saved the world. So, when all is said and done, it turned out to be an unusual ending after all. What could be better than ending the story the right way? Ending it your way, a beginning of something new.